All right, sorry guys. Should be out. I hope. How you doing, Les? How you doing, MG? Probably not key for us. I don't think tonight. Thank you, though, Dos.
is it you would like to go, lad? For just a few coin, my griffins can get you there faster than even the swiftest horse.
I was doing. I actually loved it. It's really fun. I finished Manza. I did not finish Manza, but oh my, it was good. It was basically what I would consider like a I'm not an expert. Like I don't play a lot of I don't play like a ton of different games. I would give it like a solid like 8 for story, like a 2 for execution, and a 0 for QA of any type. Like actually -1 for QA of any type. They literally didn't. They put that shit out there and they didn't test it once. There were bugs like very consistently from start to finish, but it was in a very entertaining way. But I mean, I guess I can understand where it gets its bad reviews, because if you it's hard to ask someone who pays $70-$60 to overlook the fact that the game doesn't look tested, and you pay the same price for other games that are substantially better tested. But that's its main issue, I think, are just bugs. So I actually kind of see it in a universe where there's certainly a world where it does kind of cyberpunk its way back, in the sense that they can just fix the QC issues they're having. But that said, even with a solution to the QC issues, I think cyberpunk had, well, I don't think there's anything groundbreaking. There, I think under the hood there is. But that, it's kind of like saying, like, I think it got a very shit review, and I understand why. But that doesn't mean the game isn't like enjoyable to play. Although again, you don't expect. I don't think I've ever played a game that buggy. I think WoW during betas is, less, is more polished, and that's as an MMO. I think our issues were like random NPCs just like glitching out in their pathing the whole time. So the entire point of the world is like, you have all these autonomous things going, like robots and stuff moving around, and it's all AI driven and all that kind of thing. And you've got a whole bunch of things in the game that are just like, the way that they react is not. I don't know. It's very like, you know, the way they move around is a bit ridiculous. They're lagging around. Stuff that suddenly breaks your emotion, I assume. Again, I still enjoyed it. Hey Milka, how you doing today?
Where would you like to fly to?
Can I help you?
Grab pound. I was.
So, Stout Mantle sent you? Well, I own. What I am about to tell you could cost me my life. The Defias gang is up to something big. Last I heard, they were working in conjunction with various gnolls, kobolds, and even goblins. Take this note to Stout Mantle. It explains as much as I know on the subject. How are you, King's honored friend?
Hey there. Where would you like to fly to? Safe travels. Light be with you. Be careful. Bah, I should have let that scoundrel rot when I had the chance. This information is crucial. Good work. I wonder what Wiley meant when he mentioned the stonemasons. Perhaps that was a slip of tongue. Could the Defias gang be related to the stonemasons? Only one man would know for sure. Matthias Shaw, head of SI-7. Show him Wiley's note and see if he has anything to add to this growing mystery. If you have trouble finding Shaw, check the barracks in Old Town. Some Defias have eluded us. My most trusted scout reports that these Defias have been looting and pillaging the countryside all the way into southern Westfall. We believe they are hiding out in the Dagger Hills, plotting their next move. Slay the wretches in the name of the People's Militia.
What would you diet now? 32 down.
Hey there.
Need help? Welcome to SI, 7 Headquarters, adventurer. This matter might be more complex than Stoutmantle realizes. The Stonemasons Guild was run by a man named Edwin Van Cleef. Van Cleef was responsible for rebuilding Stormwind after the Orcs razed it in the First War. Apparently, Van Cleef and his men were unhappy with their treatment by the king after the reconstruction was complete. That just might explain a thing or two. I have written a more detailed account for your master in Westfall. Take this to him at once. Where is it you would like to go, lad? For just a few coin, my griffins can get you there faster than even the swiftest horse. Well met. For the Edwin Van Cleef. I know the name well. To think that a man so industrious and talented could turn into such a scoundrel unnerves me. I'll need further proof before I believe this. We need to discover the location of the Defias hideout. Adventurer, my scout reports that a Defias messenger has been seen on the roads between Moonbrook, the Gold Coast Quarry, and the Jangalode mine. I want you to capture him. If he resists, kill him and bring me whatever he is carrying. Some Defias have eluded us. My most trusted scout reports that these Defias have been looting and pillaging the countryside all the way into southern Westfall. We believe they are hiding out in the Dagger Hills, plotting their next move. Slay the wretches in the name of the People's Militia. help? Go with. This is indeed firm proof that Van Cleef is in charge. Now all we need to know is where the Defias gang is hiding out. We've had a stroke of luck while you were gone. We captured a thief trying to steal Saldean's wagon. He has promised to lead us to the hideout in exchange for his life. I want you to defend the traitor so he can reveal the hideout. Return to me once you have uncovered the location.
Many of my friends perished that horrible day when the mine tunnel caved in. If your adventures happen to bring you into that wing of the mine in Moonbrook, please keep an eye out for any sign which might identify them. If you come across any of their miners' union cards, bring them back to me, and I'll make sure their families get some resolution from this horrible accident. We were deep in a vast mine in Westfall, hidden beneath a barn in Moonbrook. No clue where these stinking thieving types came from. Anyway, the mine tunnel collapsed on us. I got out, but the others... well, the others haven't been heard from. You look like you might have better luck in there. If you could look for my brother, I'd be thankful. He always carried his Explorers League badge. If you can't find him, that badge would at least give me some peace of mind.
Nomarine has fallen under the control of those dastardly trogs. The situation is grave, but perhaps you can help, adventurer. Deep in the dead mines is a functional goblin shredder. Find that shredder and bring back the intact power supply. With the shredder's power supply, we can give our Gyro-Drillmatic excavationators the power they need to break through the rocky underground borders of Gnomeregan, opening the way for a gnomish assault.
They had to kill mobs from that. It didn't spawn anything? Which goal again?
Might be with you. What can I do for you? Most excellent adventurer. Van Cleef is as good as ours now that we know where he is hiding. And there is but one task left for you to
No
complete.
shit.
Edwin Van Cleef
That
must be assassinated.
bro, I actually really enjoyed that.
Condemn any man to a death sentence. It is for the great.
I'm really happy with the games that I played for that.
Is laid to rest once and for all. Bring me the villain's head once the deed is done.
I enjoyed doing a lot. I fixed it, Av. I'm showing dead mines. That was fun though. Going through me a good time, Dos. No, I've enjoyed that. I really like playing Dune. Yeah, I liked all those games. Like playing League with Aaron was fun too. If I could fix my FPS for it, I don't know if what's going on with that. If I scrolled the screen, it would everything would freeze for a second, and that was quite strange. Obviously, you scroll your screen quite a bit in League. But just doing this would give you like everything would freeze every single time. This is the first point you really go,
It's no secret that the trademark of the Defias gang is their red bandanas. But we've learned that the material from which these bandanas are made signifies the member's rank. That being said, I want you to eliminate as many high-ranking Defias members as you can. The highest-ranking members will undoubtedly be found in Van Cleef's secret hideout. When you're done, bring me 10 red silk bandanas as proof of their deaths, and I will reward you. Good luck, adventurer.
Bro, that's crazy. What are you guys even talking about? My brain is slightly cooked today. Nothing I can do. True. I have to manage it. I'm gonna immediately start spamming max rank an explosion, I believe. Guarantee drop. These ones can be sketchy, but I don't know if they'll dynamically respawn here. That's absurd, I think, Sonny, isn't it? Why are we talking in Celsius, man? We're American now. Yeah, obviously American numbers sound way cooler. 117 or something? What's 36? I was only 96.8? That's some dog shit. What? $96.8, man? Oh, that's worse. Humidity's bad. In Illinois, we had to deal with humidity as well. Not fun. Definitely not fun. Hey, Jerks. It's still Doomhell, which is the anniversary server, but they're leveling for Frontier 2, which has kind of different goals in mind, I guess. The goal being to try and do stuff without wall buffs, which I think is probably pretty interesting. Warrior's health started to dip there for a second. A second mob aggroed. Uh-oh. This is how things get wrong. A little bit. We don't pay attention, huh? We could have pulled 3 there pretty easily, but maybe it's not bad. Fortunately, I have Petty. Yeah, they spawn behind us as well. One of these ones drops it. Do you think the 31's reset, buddy? Hey, Mary. Yes, sketchy path for me. Fortunately, my pet's pretty fucking OP. If I learn new growl rank, it's probably a better tank. It probably actually is a better tank in general. I don't have the new rank of growl. Johnny with 500 subs. Thank you so much, Johnny, buddy. Bro, Johnny's base is fucking crazy in Dune, by the way. Actually ridiculous. Pardon? Take my weapon off? Oh shit, he's doing that. Oh. Alright, we're back. Melee gang. We didn't leave Liquid, unfortunately. Liquid left us. That's 10 minutes? 10 minutes. All right. 10 minutes. No ranged. You know what's crazy? I'm still top dam. What is going on? I guess my Al is just stupidly broken. Even though I lose half my dam. I guess I was doing like really fucked up dam. Because I don't do any melee damage. Hey Johnny, I have a question that maybe you know the answer to. When you use do you use G-Sync on your monitors? You do? When you use G-Sync, do you use V-Sync as well? Or do you just use G-Sync and let it do the rest? Not a problem for WoW, but for like it wasn't actually really a problem for Dune either. You should. Okay, well I wasn't. I mean, it still seemed really smooth. I didn't actually look at what my FPS was. I kind of doubt that Dune. I think VSync only does stuff if you go above. Do you know if your frames ever go do frames ever get high in Dune? Maybe they do. It's when your frames go above your monitor's refresh rate. It's only measures with FPS. Well, it doesn't let your frame rate go above your monitor refresh rate. I've never tried it. I mean, Okay. I wonder if that's actually how that works. Because I've had several monitors that have had the tech, and I've never used G-Sync until literally yesterday. That was the first time I've ever played in the game other than WoW, to be honest, pretty much. And I wonder why the driver doesn't like suggest that, because I feel like it seems counterintuitive, right? I was reading up on it, and like I saw some people say that that's what you're supposed to do, and then other people are like, "Hey, V-Sync always bad," but G-Sync is supposed to never, like, you're supposed to keep your yeah. There are settings around that, like there are optimal settings for that definitely aren't something that are like heavily suggested within the driver itself. Because I'm still not like, again, I trust what you're saying. There's like conflicting stuff that I read. Like, V-Sync's always introduces latency and shit. But then like if G-Sync if your monitor goes out of like above refresh rate, then suddenly G-Sync, like the G-Sync module doesn't work, and then you have like guaranteed latency or something. But again, that was my first. It seemed good to me, but I assume my biggest problem was in Mindside, to be honest. Mindside's optimization is not perfect. Dune seemed like virtually never stuttery. And that's streaming it too. Although apparently streaming it, like your computer's like, the GPUs are OP. And it's never an issue. Apparently 2K streaming is easy for like even lower end cards. Lower end 20 series cards apparently can do 2K streaming without any trouble. So my one is 240. So you can see I'm trying to like cap my FPS at 3 FPS below. Oh, I got fed. 3 FPS low with G-Sync and V-Sync on now. I just put on V-Sync before. I think it might be the first time I've used V-Sync in a very long time. Petty, no. Will no one heal Petty? I can't tell if he's in or not. What's the sketch? Good example of what not to do for the gang. Seems to have pulled 3 extra packs. But Melee Hunter top down. Johnny here was actually conserving my arrows. Oh, there's actually a 4th pack too. That almost was disastrous. Oh shit, Petty's... This is Petty's last wolf meat. Being melee with an owl pet, it's definitely noisy. Actually, I haven't checked. Maybe the app does for. Maybe the Nvidia app does force like G-Sync's optimal settings on. Because the control panel doesn't ever do that type of thing, as well. All right, after this next pack, the gun goes back on. Womp womp. So what we're doing now is we're smartening up, or we're dodging the Meltor cast. Oh, what the fuck? Maybe I got this dude. I assume it was intended, but so I don't know anymore. Senpai, how you supposed to do it? I'm sorry. You have to. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure it exists because I know of people that do something similar. The script from over 2 years ago might still work as well for. Oh shit! What is going on here? Is it a Rochank? Looks like no, but how'd that even happen? Actually does seem really smooth. Is it more damage for Petty? Probably should be maybe pathfinding, but almost an insane upgrade, but doesn't work on ranged. So now a pat from behind, I believe, spawns. You don't get hit by the pat from behind unless you're slow, I think. Gonna run it. Maybe Warriors don't have hamstring yet. Scroll of Edgy. What was better on me or Pity? Probably better on Pity. Actually, I think Pity wants strength. He's looking the pat behind. Are you planning to build your base out, Johnny? More? Oh, there was a mob behind. There he is. Only one. It seems like difficult to build out though, right? Because if you build it out more, you kind of have to redo the whole thing. What are you adding rewards to 2v2? I think it's huge W. Are they? Oh, you mean in MOP? I think it'll pop off in MOP, yeah.
Check out that noise.
I'm not sure what that means, Av. It's a faction thing? All I know is when we walk into the when you walked in, you had me pick my base. The base we were avoiding was Johnny's. It was like right next to it, which I found really funny. All right, Petty is now going to get weaker. Going into the last part of the dungeon, that kind of sucks. Right now, my damage is auto attack because Petty's not happy anymore.
You landlubbers are tougher than I thought.
If that had happened while we're fighting those two mobs, you just die in that time.
Now you're making me angry.
So insane for the Warriors. I thought in Deep Desert stuff just broke every 2 weeks. Can you not shield stuff? Oh, you know, you can shield stuff in Deep Desert, right? Because you said that it goes down after a sandstorm. I actually feel like they'll make that game insane, by the way. As long as they don't do something dumb. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, they have all the mechanics they need. The issue is just like the end game having just that as a mechanic. Like, it's not something concerning. Like, if their current end game isn't perfect, they have so many ingredients from their leveling that they just haven't tapped into yet. You know what I mean? That's sort of how I see it. You can't have a leveling experience that's that compelling and not have an in-game experience that's equally compelling. You know, they'll be able to do it. It's just a matter of how. Well, yeah, microtransactions are a concern for sure in a game that's basically you pay for a copy. They have to continue monetizing it. The thing is, you've already got your money's worth at once you're done. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the experience I had yesterday is already worth the box price. That was a good experience. You don't have to go super deep in the game. A lot of people buy games and just don't even play them once. I don't know why people are at the point now where people like will put these crazy expectations on it. Well, Blizzard, microtransactions are definitely extremely profitable. I agree with that. I'm hoping they do the same with Dune. I imagine they could just do transmog in Dune though, like having exclusive. That's crazy for Chuck, I think. Yeah, MTX is pretty crazy, but I think they can just do it with aesthetic. It's funny because as a player at the time, I guess I didn't have any money, but as a player, I immediately, even though it looked way cooler than Search for Tiger, it just lost all its value immediately because you could buy it for money. I heard about that. They did that. Yeah. The season pass? Hold on. What does it entail? $25 for a season pass. Okay. Basically, yeah, no. It's like a cheap. How fast the season? So, oh, that's kind of curious. Okay. I don't know if that's sustainable long term. Works for this year at that price. I don't know if that will work. Like, what I'm saying is June 2026 works fine because you bought the game like a month ago. That's not an upgrade. No, it's saying it's an upgrade. That's wrong. Is it not on console right now? Dune? The nice thing about having who is it? It's Funcom, right? Funcom doing Dune. They're a company that actually does like a good job of live service stuff. They've had multiple, like I think AOC is still maintained pretty well. They're in the live service business for, like, you know, games as a service business. They've got a pretty decent chance of, like, you know, they've had a lot of time to not just release a game, but release a game that then has a lot of staying power. And that's what the worst, I would say, a worse franchise than Blizzard had. Like, so now they actually have a franchise to work with, right? Whereas AOC was not really like that at all. So I could easily see it doing extremely well. The passion about doing, I mean, it's a company you can actually trust to do it. I think more so than. Newer vibes? It's hard to say, but I've thought about this a little bit too. Do you think so? I'm not sure. New World had, for one, for what New World was, I don't, like, you know, if the game falls off, you still get your money's worth. But again, the company that made New World had no. I mean, they have to kind of move quickly to try and transition it if they are having trouble. Faster than New World if they're having huge problems. You're right. I mean, the thing with New World was they had this pretty incredible, like, I mean, maybe it was the time period. Honestly, everyone was like, just, you know, I don't know. It was easy to be lonely during that time period, considering it was, you know, peak COVID. I mean, New World, I don't know. New World had no franchising, so there's that. New World had virtually no story, so there's that. Dune is obviously rich in both of those things. It's an established franchise with, like, lots and lots of lore. Like, you can sit there and there is novels going out. There are novels been coming. There have been novels coming out for Dune for like 20 years, right? 30 years. 40 years? Let me see. I mean, there's one certainly from 20 years ago, but I think it's from the 80s, 70s. Yeah, I'm just trying to look. I mean, the first Dune movie came out in 1984. So there's they just have a lot more to work with. $60 years. Yeah, I mean, it's very New World had none of that. Or I'm scared of those mobs padding around upstairs. Yeah, so I'm just trying to differentiate, like, why it may not have suffered the same fate as New World. But I also think New World actually was good value for money, from what I understand. It's just, you know, people like put expectations on it, like, oh, it needs to be WoW, it needs to be a WoW killer and all this kind of stuff, and it just wasn't. It wasn't what it was going for, and it did more than you would expect, I think. There's another sketchy. I looked at the 11.2 changes. Yeah, they look good. I'm excited for it. Very much looking forward to it. I'll probably look at a lot of tunings, AD, with the changes. This is the first real Breath of Cindergrosa rework you've seen in quite some time. I would not, because it's now an Empower spell. It probably will have a very different modifier. It may still have a modifier, but probably not the same modifier. Similarly, they're obviously gonna have to nerf the fuck out of the Obliterate's going to get nerfed very hard. It's currently buffed to like 60% in PvP or something. It will not be. Well, they're making it so Obliterate has direct mastery scaling. So the issue is no longer there anymore that they had in the past, where it did frost damage when it was you know what I mean? That was previously how it worked. That was the change they made back in 2021. That was kind of a big problem of 2020, sorry, where they made it so in Shadowlands it suddenly had that scaling. And now they're putting that scaling to everything, which means the PvP mod they're using to kind of offset that will have to go away. Otherwise, you would just cancel every killing machine. This is hardcore, yeah.
Fools! Our cause is righteous. The Brotherhood shall prevail.
Oh wow. Warrior though. How are they differentiating the game, Av, from DLC users? Is it like separate servers or something? Like active DLC players have one server, and like how are they doing that? Is DLC on your Steam? I assume it looks like it's going to change the way that the actual game works, though. Oh, different world. This one the plays with DLC. I'm not sure. I guess he's saying they wouldn't be. They just put an extra world and you can travel to.
Greetings. King's honor, friend. Go with adventurer. Your bravery is remarkable. The People's Militia thanks you for your service to the people of Westfall. With Van Cleef dead, this marks the beginning of the end for the Defias Brotherhood. Hopefully someday soon peace will once again grace the plains of this fair land. I salute you, sir. When I left the tainted lands of Lord Aaron, I returned to a grim state of affairs here in my homeland. But there is hope for Westfall yet. As proven by your valor in battle, it is obvious to me that you serve our cause with honor. It is with great pride that I induct thee into the People's Militia. May the light shine upon you.
Well done, adventurer. On behalf of the People's Militia, I salute you for your efforts. Soon we will return this land to the people with help from brave souls like you.
I guess one of the big questions though as well, Ev, is like how they'll Slow Red Ridge.
Where are you
Stop.
going? Well, if you're looking to get there quickly, then look no further.
One button 20 challenge. What class one button's 20 like BM Hunter or something? Those are difficult to add in, though. I think both of those seem like they'd be difficult.
What's on your mind? My suspicions were correct, my poor brother. Oh, well, thank you for bringing some conclusion to this mystery, even if the conclusion was grim. Thank you for collecting these, adventurer. Your efforts will help bring peace to the dead in the wake of this tragedy.
In the movies, they just worm write everything, or is it like really infrequent?
My, you're a tall one. Very well done, adventurer. Thanks to you, Gnome Regan is one step closer to its day of liberation. It's terrible, adventurer. We are not going to have enough parts to get our fleet of gyrodrillmatic excavationators to Dunmarok. What we need are spare parts, adventurer. What better place to get the spare parts for our vehicles than Gnome Regan? I hear that bots and mechs roam around that place like cattle on an open range. What I need you to do is go to Gnome Regan and tear apart those robots. Bring me back their robot guts. 2 dozen should be sufficient.
Did I miss a follow-up? Oh, it was this. Yeah, I mean, DLC makes more sense for that for sure. Because you're going to need to progress your character a lot, right? To the point that you can do that.
Good Edwin Van Cleef, you say? I would as much expect a letter from my dead grandmother. So you've killed him then? Pardon me in saying, but I'm somewhat surprised.
I thought I'd sent you back to another place.
Younger years. Let's see what he finds the need to write to me about after so many years. Edwin, I see the years haven't changed you a bit. An idealist as ever, and a romantic. He doesn't care who he hurts, adventurer. Revenge has consumed him. But then, I'm not sure I can blame him. Van Cleef and I were members of the Stonemasons Guild. Our main project was to rebuild Stormwind after the war. When we had finished our duties, we were cheated. The nobles refused to pay us for our work. Some of the more senior of the stonemasons were offered governmental jobs, but Van Cleef refused it out of loyalty to all the stonemasons. He led a riot and left the city, swearing revenge. His lieutenant, Basil Thread, might know more about Van Cleef's plans. He's being held prisoner in the stockade. What in the light do you want? Can't you see we have a crisis here? Basil Thread! Why would you want to speak with that bastard? How am I supposed to know you're not one of his cronies? Come down to help with his bloody riot. If all the blasted cells weren't open, I might throw you in one for a while. Let's get one thing straight, adventurer. I don't trust you, but with the situation as it is, you probably won't make a difference. So here's how it's going to be. Go down there and have your talk with Thread. If you're really on our side, then kill him and bring me his head when the job's done. And if it turns out you're on his side and don't come out, when we find you, you'll die along with the rest of the maggots. King's best deals in all of Stormwind, my friend, won't find any better. Now what can I help you with? Just browsing my wares, or is there something specific I can help you find today? Be careful. Best deals in all of Stormwind, my friend. Won't find any better. Now, what can I help you with?
I don't remember if I meet him.
Wares, or is there something specific I can help you find today?
No one on Stormwind? Hmm. They have one mainstay, but not the other. There. Give me 1 sec, guys. Thank you, Johnny, for the 5 subs, buddy. I might be doing retail next, I think, but give me 1 sec. All right, back. Yeah, WoW. This is about the most down bad I've seen WoW kind of ever. I would say. Not that it's, you know, awful or anything. It's just objectively a little bit worse off than it normally is.
What can I do for you?
I'm not sure why exactly.
Out of here. Not in the whole history of the whole history.
Can't really offer a reason why I think it's down bad, but I assume you're like right before Mop, which I think will probably do quite well. That's true, actually. Av. That's a good point. Some of them moved on. I mean, Mop will be a good time for a couple weeks, for at least a couple weeks.
Griffins can get you there faster than even the swiftest horse. Or the
Check the nose, buddy. I guess we're not playing threes. It seems I won't be around too much longer. Probably like another 2-3 hours, maybe at most. I'm pretty cooked today. What do you mean, Av? Ooh, that's a good point. That's crazy, actually. A little bit toxic, even. This season is the most dead WoW season that's ever existed. I think. Being classic is a so the majority of the allure to this specific version of classic or hardcore come down to in-game. I don't think there's as much interest or like intrigue in leveling, I would say.
for the alliance.
So far, true. Definitely can get worse, but I think, yeah, this season in particular is a very. I mean, it's quantitatively like it's the least number of rank 1 spots that ever existed, and that's like that is a summary of the whole game because it's based on a percentile of everyone who plays. So it is just the lowest like participation season for threes, at least. I think in Shuffle, everyone is failing to meet the minimums. What that means is like very few classes have more than 4 spots, which is the minimum. Which is fairly brutal. I mean, to be fair, yeah, it's possibly true as well. I mean, I'm looking forward to Marp. What do you attribute the low numbers to? Well, I'll tell you what I don't attribute it to. I don't attribute it to balance. I don't attribute it to the class design of the new expansion. Those what I don't think it is. I think they've done a good job with those. They've had many seasons that were much, much less responsive and were still much more, they were much less responsive and they were much more successful. I don't think it's because of that. I just think that, I think probably, so strictly PvP related, because I think there are WoW related issues as well, but like strictly from PvP standpoint, I think that the reward structure is probably quite outdated, which is contributing to some issues. So I think even if there are certain things where like maybe changes that they make don't have a lasting effect, but have an effect, right? So I don't think personal best is it to me personally, but I don't think that's like the thing. Like I think those are examples of like very temporary things. You know, there could be an argument, for example, if personal best is everyone's motivation, you could just say for next season everyone's 500 MMR higher, right? Suddenly, like everyone is hitting their personal best because now the highest rating is 3,500. Ultimately, that it solves nothing, right? That doesn't solve any problems. Like the following season, that becomes an issue again. So that's why I think the personal best argument, generally speaking, doesn't it is defeated very easily by the fact that it would not have a lasting solution. Get what they achieved before. I mean, I just don't know if that's how a PvP system works. I guess. I think they have the same issue in other games too. And like, for example, in League, they just kept adding more and more divisions in. And then at a certain point it stabilized. And once it stabilized at certain numbers, they just kind of said, okay. And it stayed around that. But yeah, it's, artificial improvement is definitely an option. But I don't personally believe that it provides a, I would be more interested in seeing longer term solutions. So like reward structuring and stuff, especially to get players interested in playing at lower ratings compared to everyone's personal best at higher ratings. You want to focus on, like, I think those issues are a symptom of systemic issues. Like the overall health of the system is that there aren't enough new players coming in, which makes it feel that way. Like realistically, and this is why the current devs are like confused too. Like the devs of the game now are probably super confused because they're like, hey, my you know, there have probably been 4 different sets of PvP devs that have gone through the game in the last 20 years that it's been, or like last 17 years there's been Arena. There have probably been like 20 different reward designers and all that kind of thing. Not 20, like four different teams or something like that. And the current team is probably super confused because like, hey, we're doing all this stuff, and they're doing a lot, right, with different systems and stuff being added in, and they're like, our predecessors never had to deal with this. How is it the case that suddenly it's a problem for us now, but it wasn't? You know, these weren't even considerations that anyone asked about for literally like 15 years of Arena. And it's because the game was just much healthier. So again, that's just my opinion, right? And I'm allowed to, I can definitely be wrong on that, but I think that overall, even going out to BFA Shadowlands, for the most part, they didn't have issues with getting people interested in playing as much. So the game was always a little bit healthier. I don't think rating is what I associate, by the way, with a good system. I don't think, like, rating is such a fleeting thing. Rating is like a even more artificial version of even like gear and stuff. If you're just playing for rating, ultimately you're not likely to stick around once you get whatever goal, whatever personal best you have in mind. So like maybe your goal is, I've never been 2K before. Once I get 2K, I'm done. And then maybe like someone's personal best is like your personal goal is getting 2,500 or 3K or whatever. Either way, it's actually an endpoint, which is not really what you want. You want like those types of systems are like self-defeating. You want to have systems that are like you are farming a currency that is of value to you persistently, or you are farming towards a very hard to get transmog or mount or gear or whatever, some persistent reward that you can feel like you can lose. You can go 3-3 in shuffles and feel good about, because you're making progress towards that. And maybe have the rewards be open-ended and stuff too, but I'm just saying, like, as an example, generally in the past, like, previous systems were just much more rewarding. Part of that came down to the fact that you got more conquest or honor or whatever, arena points for better rating. So people felt like they were being rewarded for playing and getting more rating in a weekly sense. I mean, again, that doesn't solve anything. It doesn't solve a single thing. If you think about it, it solves nothing. It just solves the problem in the short term. Like a solution to what you're suggesting and what a lot of people suggested, Struggles, would be to, like, for example, increase the MMR by 500 to 600 or 1,000 every season. Obviously that creates a problem. Like basically, like if your season is season 20, let's say, then everyone is starting at 20,000 rating, and the entire season takes place between the ratings of 20,000 and 20, like say 20,000 and 21,000. That's your entire rating band, and then you've got a new personal best, right? But it's artificial. That's the only real solution that works seasonally. Toxicity goes down based on what? They've never. How could you know that when they've never done it before? That's a speculation, right? I don't think we can. I don't think even I can pretend to understand the long-term ramifications of it. But I can say that it, in my opinion, I don't think it solves any of the actual problems, because it's never happened before, right? We talk about these things as though they've done them before. They never have. They never had to. I don't think it brings in any new people at all. It just gives them an artificially high number. That's all. The perspective I look at it from is just like looking at, I've played a lot. I've seen a lot of people come and go. A lot of my friends have come and gone. And raid scenarios, different people coming out. Like you see people like this, the types of, you can pick out the patterns that cause players to disengage from the game, which is entirely reasonable, by the way. But you get pretty comfortable with the reasons why people quit. And generally, in a lot of situations with MMOs, it's like you're just trying to get to some sort of endpoint, whether it be gear or rating or IO or whatever. And once they get to those points, they are out. And for that reason, your solutions should be trying to get players to ignore the idea of quitting at a certain point because they want to continue farming or doing whatever they want to do. Like keep some persistent goal going. PvP currently does not have that at all. So if you want a broad reason why I think PvP specifically is suffering really badly, it's, in my opinion, because of the fact that PvP gearing is done in about 3-4 weeks. You're never ever able to outgear anyone in PvP. Because even like gear, even in week 1 doesn't matter, or week 2 or week 3 or week 4, because you can always catch up to it. So gear is effectively just kind of irrelevant in PvP, and it always is. Unironically, the only time gear becomes relevant is in week like 5 or 6 when you can, if you show up late to the season, you're behind. But you can never be stuck. Gear is not like there is no motivator with gear at all. So gear is effectively kind of void in PvP. Mythic Plus and rating would fall on their face completely if they did that. The game would die overnight. They'd lose millions and millions of dollars. That's the persistent reward circuit of PvE. PvP doesn't have. I mean, I'm not saying that PvP has to have gearing as that, but it has to have something as that. You have to have something that you feel like you're being rewarded for playing. It's not really a fair trade, actually. That's a net negative, I think, Notopia. The gearing ults thing, I think I think ults are an actual net negative to the game. So specifically in games like League, they don't want that. They ban people. If you smurf in other games, they ban you. Literally. Ults are actually not a good thing. Like they are for a player. But I mean, like aggregately speaking, I don't think ults are really a good thing. You'd rather have lots and lots of unique players compared to smurfs. That's how they're currently used. Ults are different than smurfing. Well, that's not how that's not how it happens though, right? If you make it too easy, then you end up just fighting 30 copies of the same person. And those, like, like if you can get 3k rated on one character, you can obviously for free get 3k rated on all your other characters, but you play at very different ratings and you have that becomes so easy to do. And if other games have taught us anything, it's that people will actively do their best to do that. I'm not saying it's. I'm not specifically calling people out and saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying that is a player behavior and enforced by a system that has that, and the experience for new players when they fight copies of characters that are much higher rated is unbelievably bad, insufferably bad, to the point that they ban people in other games for doing it. It's that bad. So basically ults are a net, like they drastically freeze out the ladder, because whenever you play against someone at low range, you're like, huh, what rating is this person actually? And that's an issue in other games too. Like the question becomes like, oh, I got stomped in this game. Am I shit, or is the system shit? And the system currently does nothing to protect against it. It actually actively is being pushed into it. How often? Literally every game. In WoW, it is so bad that it is not just a little bit. It is virtually every game. Like actually, like the reason why threes is so fucked is because if you just check PvP every person you play against at any rating, 1500 and above, I promise you 80% are gladiators above 1500. 50 or 80% of people are literally just all glad players on ults. So imagine, how fucked that is for a new player to come in and like, I'm 1500. Oh, every single person I'm fighting is 2400. How good of an experience is that for players, right? It's not even a question of like, why would you, how do you keep playing in that situation? It's impossible, right? Like, it's inconceivable. Like, it's not a question of like, will you quit? It's like, you will quit. It's when. Yep, and I've watched in Shuffles too. Exactly, in Shuffles you'll have a lobby at 1600, 1800, 2K, whatever, and it's someone going 6-0, clearing out the lobby going up their rating, and everyone in that lobby, all other 5 people are like sitting there thinking, am I the problem, or is this person just literally 3K rated, playing their ult that they just leveled and get in one day? It's I promise. I think there are only negatives personally, but You could, but that creates its own issues, right? But yes, it's an option. It creates its own issues of like it becomes pretty insufferable. So, for example, it's if you go from season to season right now on like not new characters, on your existing characters, you have your MI retained, but it's really miserable to level up. So if you get rank 1, let's say, I think Dippy posts like Moonkin ones where he's like 2800 on his Moonkin or 3K on his Moonkin the previous season, and then he goes into the new season and he just can't get Qs, and he's like 500 rated. So it's not really like, I don't know, yeah, I don't know. It is a multifaceted problem that is above anything that I could understand, but I do think that personally, Keys of Alts and Gehring, bit rough. You like mining in Dune? I don't know. I don't think I did any mining in Dune yet. I did? Oh, Kettering. Okay, yeah, that was badass. I like that. Also great for PvE. There's no ease of Gehring in PvE at all. All Gehring in PvE is still you very much have mains in PvE. You can only have ults at the very start of the season. It's like, well, you have a ult, but you can't just, you know, like Gehring in PvE takes the whole season. They aren't like if you're a PvE player right now, you're still Gehring, and we're like week 10 or something, right? It doesn't stop. You have weekly rewards, but smurfing is an issue. Well, you aren't fighting other players, so no, of course not. Why would it be? It's not a PvP game. No, they would the game would immediately die if they did that in PvE. Immediately, instantaneously. It comes down to so it's kind of like if you like look at games like Dune, it's actually kind of interesting too. It's the way that games, it is like games, all games, any game you play is designed to trigger like a response in your brain, like of a, you know, either being attached or like kind of like a little bit addicted and all that kind of thing, right? The games that like psychologically they're fucking with you a little bit. Any game is. That's why you enjoy playing them. They trigger like a reward center and all kinds of things. It's not as simple as just like mechanics. It's specifically trying to. Now, WoW with no Gehring doesn't. You don't have any sense of attachment to your character. You don't have any like it would just, you just quit. You just, oh, you know, there's nothing here. It basically takes away all the dimension to the game. You have no sense of achievement. You have no sense of like I'm better than other people. Like it's all those things are gone, and you just would quit in 1 second. And you see that is repeated. I mean, again, that they will never do it because of how stupid it would be. They would be like just basically losing all their money. You'll never see that happen because they'll never let that happen. The people that designed, yeah. It's just kind of how MMOs work. People aren't going to pay $15 a month if their character is not special. Why wouldn't you just come back at the end? Or not at all? Waiting for your weekly volts and get good gameplay loot. I don't know. It's perfect, but give me an example of a perfect gameplay loop within WoW. That isn't an example of you having a different situation in your life. What's a good gameplay loop to you? I'm not necessarily saying weekly vault. I'm saying gear progression in PvE generally. Like it doesn't have to be just any version of gearing is fine. I think previously it wasn't really a weekly vault as much as it was it was a collective weekly vault in your raid. If you look at like expansions prior to BFA, it was a weekly vault where the raid reset on Tuesday and you could go in and reclear it for loot for the whole raid. I think both of those loops are very, very similar. I think the weekly vault system is a little bit more flexible. I mean, it's like, have you guys played? It's like a lot of the arguments for those types of things as well, like, oh, gearing's too hard or X or Y is too hard and all that kind of thing. It's like when you're a kid and you like cheating games. If you use like if you're playing like a single player game and you put cheats on and you try and avoid stuff, everyone, like, the game immediately loses every single bit of its value. If you like had like a Souls game and every single boss died in one hit, the point of the game is the challenge. And in MMOs, the point of the challenge is generally gearing, RNG, differentiation between players, all that kind of crap. You know? Hey Les, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, that's brutal to me. Yeah, and WoW, I think the struggle is the experience. Yeah. I think in PvP it doesn't have to have gearing as the separation between players and player strength, but you gotta, if you don't put that in, you need to put something else in. And they currently haven't done that. And that's why I think PvP suffers quite badly. I think in PvE, Mythic Plus is doing drastically better right now. And I think a big part of that is the fact that they continually keep giving you things to grind for. The journey's never over. The question, I said difficult for Blizzard because there's a lot of people who just grind forever. Those types want layers of borrowed power so they can game forever. Make the end too easy to get. You can see what the greatest having to do in week 8. Week 8. Use within a week. Don't need anything. As soon as the experience get between haves and have nods. I'll wait for the next part to what you're saying there, Don. But yeah, I mean, I think PvE, generally speaking, has gotten easier to gear in. They just give you, and the way they've made it easier to gear in general is that they just have more availability of gear. They shove out more loot per boss. That was a conversation they had in 2021, I think, was when they made that change. Previously, you just had a lot less gear availability, and that made gear feel more special. But they have made it easier, but still very persistent. It's still, I mean, previously it was, you know, most people didn't get full gear. It was a never-ending thing. Because you didn't have enough loot available to gear an entire guild over the course of a typical tier. Now it's much, much more deterministic than that. And that isn't taking into account the rare, the super rares that they used to put in as well, right? Yeah, I'm not really using PV as an example of like them needing to make changes, because I think in general the PV design is based on a formula that's been around since like the 90s at least. So you're refining a system that's 30 years old already, practically. They got no issues there. That's just like how MMOs have been designed, and they've seen others try other things and generally not do so well with it. Yeah, but that's the thing, though, right, Jack? Those things are super special. You just described them as being special in one scenario and not special in the other. I get that from like a deterministic standpoint. You just want to be stronger. You don't really care. But a lot of players would actively chase that dopamine of getting those crazy items. That's sort of like the main hook of the game. So it's quite strange, actually. Like, it's fascinating they would actually put those vendors in, because the big dopamine items are kind of how they make their money. Like, the game is built around like big, like yeah. I mean, they probably don't talk about it too much, because why would you? You know, again, the game is like kind of psychologically manipulating. That's kind of how all games work. So there's not Blizzard's not going to come out and say, oh, we're fucking with you by putting these super rare items in because of this reason. They'll never do that, because that'd be dumb, right? It's kind of like it's not even like a trait. It's like an open secret, I suppose. But yeah, games are manipulative. That is the reality. It's hard to compete on logs when others have big items. Yeah, but I mean, let's be honest here. Blizzard shouldn't give a fuck about logs, like, at all. What Blizzard should be concerned about is, can you complete the content with reasonable gear? They should not care about getting rank 1 in your logs. If they're building around that, they've already lost. Their goal should simply be like, not how can I make every single person able to be capable of getting rank 1 logs. Their question should be, what kind of level of gear do I need players to be able to get? What level of play do they need to be at to complete the entire raid on Mythic? That's their only thing they should care about. And that's something they've cared about in the past. Being able to be the best is not something they should be concerned about at all. They should make competitive integrity if they're going to make competition out of the game. There is currently no such thing as competitive raids at all. There is no competition. The world first race is not a Blizzard race. And when you play in the MDI, you play on Blizzard servers that have access to every piece of gear. That's where what I was saying before comes in, Drath. The idea that you should be able to complete the content with not the best gear. That isn't the same thing either. That's, can you complete a raid with standard gear? Not, do I have to have the best gear? They're very different. Like, getting rank 1 IO is not, getting rank 1 like Warcraft logs is not the same thing as completing the raid in the top 100. The two things have no equality whatsoever. Like, if you need to get like Mugsy trinkets and shit to just be able to complete the raid on Mythic, then they've designed the raid poorly. The raid should be easier. You shouldn't need that. You should want it, but you shouldn't need it. That makes sense?
Light be with you.
You ready to get competitive in Mythic Plus? At what level? What level do you need? At what level do you need to have Rage Gear to be competitive in Mythic Plus? Like you can't do a 10 without Rage Gear? You can't do a 15 without Rage Gear?
Light be with
What
you.
level? And then ask whether that's something they should care about.
Hello. Greetings. How are you?
For pushing to what level though? Keep in mind, Blizzard's a company with, you know, lots of interests in mind. If it's only the super highest level, then it's like basically to give access to take away from the really high dopamine items, they lose money to do that, right? Because people are going to quit when they get those items. Those items lose their value.
Safe travels.
They lose a lot of their perceived value. Like we had the example of Mugsy trinkets and stuff, right? Those
Lake ever still is
aren't going to be special anymore.
spotted sunfish. There's always
They would have been special
and
in
I'll
other
give
expansions.
me a batch of 10 and I'll barter well for them. If you can't fish yourself, then maybe
Like is a legendary item really a legendary item when everyone has it?
Murlocs
I would argue no.
problem. Larger groups of the fishermen are
They're gonna
dropping
quit.
anchor along
Typically,
the coast of
my
Lake.
experience is that players that get all the best items quit instantly. Yeah,
We need them gone.
because the driving reason to gear is gone. The driving reason to play is gone. Most people are driven by
Targor the Dread
they're
served
chasing
as
after
the
some specific thing.
Supreme executioner. His methods were ruthless, even by filthy orc standards. Men who fought bravely to defend the kingdom were tortured on his whim. Now he is being
Pretty much what
executed
Notopia
in
said.
stockade, sentenced to die. Yet something is amiss. One of the bureaucratic nobles put a hold on his execution. I am sure foul play is in the
You should quit when you're done.
Put an end to Targor the Dread.
Well,
Travel
yes,
to the stockade and behead him before
but that comes back to the next point, right?
Once again, my
Of
mind
like,
is trampled.
is the game
I
like
know
how do you
who's
get
doing it.
the
It's
game
not
is
the
inherently
war,
like
the one Marshal Maris
ultimately
fought
hoping to
rebellion.
be unhealthy. Like
I won't be able
it's
to replant the daffodils
it's a
until
complicated thing, right?
ruined, all ruined by that one mess
To say on one hand, why is everyone quitting, and the other hand say why everyone's quitting. It's an MMO, so for the game for them to put healthy like oh you should only play a certain amount of time per season, like you know X hours and then quit. That isn't like actually good for Blizzard's business, like their bottom line. They probably don't want to do that. They want you to be like Blizzard want you to be hooked. That's what they want. So this is why they'll never have those types of conversations with you.
There's a dwarven weaponsmith in
So
Stormwind.
yeah, it's tough.
Who sent word that
And as players, it's awkward because you know players like I want to be able to get all my gear, and I won't quit. But then why is everyone else quitting? And it's like, well,
so if you're
you know, you see how that's impossible, kind of.
None. We could use you down here, but we must also keep our ties strong with the dwarves. You can find Grimond Elmore at the weapon shop in the dwarven district of Stormwind in the northeast section of town. I've been using so much.
It's a difficult conversation to have.
Stormwind guards outfitted.
I don't think you'll ever see Blizzard having that conversation
Take this
with their like at a panel, and someone starts asking them questions about game addiction and the kind of like psychological effects of playing MMOs and their hooks. Like it's not a conversation that many people are going to have very often. But the reality is that would be a very, very large conversation when it comes to MMOs. All of them. And I think players would be pretty appalled at how they have to think to make players play. That's what they're doing when they design these games. And this is all stuff that like game design stuff like this is stuff that I was aware of a long time. I like it. It doesn't matter to me. Like I know what I enjoy. But yeah,
help rid Lakeshire of this menace.
they're also the reasons why the classics tend to do quite well,
And although
at least initially, because
from the north, we've received
they have
reports
a
of
different,
eastern pockets
slightly
of
different
the
outlook on it.
If you find any there, then they too should be hunted.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Mobile games go a step further for sure. Ab's completely right. There are games that go much further, and they're much more dopamine driven than WoW is. But yeah, like a lot of game design, it's extremely difficult to design a game that's not addictive, but is really good. The ones that are like that are probably single player games. They don't have the addictive hook, and they generally don't spam replay them over and over again. I wouldn't say current WoW PvP is not designed that way. Yeah, I agree. Current WoW PvP is definitely not designed that way, and that's the elephant in the room when it comes to WoW PvP for sure. With no actual reason to spam Q, and there's no yeah. Yep. I would say the fact that they have designed, like, that's why they would never make, like, the PvE devs would never make those decisions, because they would lose a lot of money. And it's intriguing to me that the PvP devs were allowed to. It's actually very intriguing to me, because whomever lobbied for that would have had to convince a bunch of people to abandon the principles of an MMO. And they, I don't know how I would love to have been in that meeting. I don't know how they did it. They're like, oh, every other aspect of the game and every other part of, why our game has been successful has been reliant on these hooks. But trust us, the PvP players aren't like that. It's a tough one. And what's even more interesting is they put nothing in its place. That's the really interesting part. They didn't put a separate system in to like be grindy alongside it. They just took away the main hook for a PvE, or like progression, like in a MMO, like character progression, and they replaced it with nothing. They just took it away. Yeah, no, I agree. Gearing should just be. You should just maybe not have a gear at all. I agree. I think templating would work fine, or just a vendor that gives you like PvP gear that you can just buy everything would be fine too. Well, it's tough, Beck, because like there's no. Yeah. No, I think the whole thing's been great. I think it's kind of like WoD, where like there were a few problems with WoD. WoD had some bigger problems for sure. But no, I continue to love retail, 100%. The conversation just I love the conversation around what could be different. And again, the point I like try to get across as much as I can is like a lot of times the decision and the conversation is basically you have to sell people an idea that they're never going to like. Like, basically, I think back, and this is, I don't know if you guys have seasons like this yourselves where you actually did take part in the getting BIS gear. My simultaneously least favorite and favorite season is Battle for Azeroth Season 4, the Corruption season. It is my most hated but most loved season, randomly. From in terms of like how you deal with the game. Ultra grindy, lots of RNG, needed PvE gear, but the dopamine hits are on all the different gear breakpoints in your gear were crazy. Like getting the right corruption, getting your stars to drop, getting gushing wounds, like it was just ultra dopamine. I hated every minute of being part of it, but I stayed sub for it. Right? And many people I know stayed sub for it. Which is why I say like it was a very Why are these things dropping their axes, man? Have I gotten 0 of these things? Really? The fuck? It's not if we're strong enough for a 3-pack. That guy buffed me. I guess I am strong enough. Is Wilton too safe then? Maybe. I guess the main point I was trying to get across is like some of the things that have to introduce players would actually be actively upset about, and that's tough. That's why taking those things away must have been a difficult conversation. Because once you take, it's like a Pandora's box type thing, right? Where like when you take as you strip away layers of the game, it's very hard to re-add them. They're decisions that you have to. So I don't think they should pivot back towards gear, even though I do think it was easier to design the game around gear. But I do think that they should put in a like a supplementary system, for sure. They should put in a system that gives you like a similar sense of progression over a season, I think. And maybe, I don't know, this is a tough one, but I'm not completely convinced that ult friction is a good thing. Like I think the fact that ults is so easy, maybe it should be easier to level. Maybe it should be easier to get other classes, but to not get your main class. That could be interesting, honestly. So basically the idea that you can create an ult, but not create many copies of the same character. Well, again, I just look at the effects of having lots and lots of copies of the same character on the ladder. It's pretty bad. Same class ults are like a net negative. The players are already playing anyway. They're just playing at different ratings intentionally. Or just like, you know, it's like, yeah. I think ult copies are bad. I think ults are good. Like if you're a druid main and you want to play a warrior, great. If you're, I think everyone having one copy of the same characters, they're like having one of each class is great for the game, very healthy. But I think having many copies of the same character is very unhealthy for the game. I don't think having 10 warriors or 10 rets or whatever has any value to I think it only hurts the ladder. I mean, I'm not saying you can't do that, by the way. I'm not saying that the game should stop you from doing that. I'm saying that the game should make it very easy to gear ults, but not gear duplicate mains. You can still gear duplicate mains. You just wouldn't get the catch-up system for them. So there'd be friction to making many copies of the same character. There are definitely. I don't think frequency of updates is the issue, personally. I think the gameplay is really good too. I would say rewards, but rewards stem across a lot of things. It's not just like, oh, glad mount, etc. I think just the persistent reward, like the ways to separate your character, etc. No, it wouldn't be leveling. We're talking gearing. We're talking about like the character's already max level right now, and it's like seasonal. Like, a new season comes out, and there is like friction to, unless you want to. I mean, I guess you could just gear the characters from the start all at the same time. But like from a catch-up, if I level on the character, if I start gearing like another Death Knight halfway through the season, I'm not gonna get like as much of a catch-up, I guess. or have some friction to it. Maybe you gain less conquest specifically on your ults that make it harder to do. So you can't just like do like actively the game tries to, maybe you can, but you have to put a lot more time into it. It's a bigger grind to have. Creates a problem with bottom rerolling in PvP. And that's already a problem. It doesn't actually change anything. I mean, no, I'm not suggesting that you make it easier to gear ults. I'm saying you specific, like, you know what I mean? I'm not actually saying to make it easier to gear up different classes. I'm saying you just make it harder to level duplicates. So it probably doesn't introduce the problem any more than it currently exists. I wouldn't think. Yeah, I don't know about Asmon necessarily being able to hype it and get it back, but I don't think the game's designers, I think they've genuinely done a really good job with Wolverine. Genuinely. I think as an expansion it's a bit unremarkable, I suppose. Is perhaps the biggest complaint I have. It doesn't really bring a whole bunch new, but they've done a good job with design, frequency of updates. Oh, player housing is interesting. That's one thing from Dune that I think is crazy. I think player housing is like definitely, if it's done well, could actually be the main feature. Nah, it's not like that. It's different, man. It's again, we're talking about psychological things here. Again, like I said, the game has lots of elements that are there to manipulate you a little bit. Player housing and having your own, like even if you're like, hey, that's stupid, you know, it's not how it works in your brain. I promise you. I guarantee you, it's a different effect. Like when something is yours, even if it's something that they're telling you, hey, this is not actually real, and you're like, but it's yours, and it actually has an effect on the way your brain works. It's all fucking with you on some level, like I said. Too grindy? I don't know. I saw really interesting, kind of older but very interesting mechanics in terms of, like, when I say mechanics that are working on you mechanically, right? It had really good design for that, I thought. Like the thing I loved about when you have a game like Dune, I loved that anything you're doing felt valuable. Probably just the fact that you could go to a random cave and get stuff, like you're farming materials, like you're getting water, you're like, just there's so much value in everything around you at all times. I mean, at the moment I'm more or less just farming some XP. Because I think with Chuck, he's doing Darkshore, and I don't really want to get ahead of him. But I want to get enough XP that he can do Darkshore, and I'll not be behind him. So technically speaking, I can just grind. It's just a way of keeping myself in a position where I can still be caught up. Like, grinding XP is not actually bad for Hunter, especially at this level. I'm kind of insane. Like, my class is kind of insane for it. Another good point, though, I think when people have the same class as Rogue, for example, Aster and Sub use the same stats. Master and Verse, you're going to play Outlaw, you need Haste and Verse. Yeah. Look, I can kind of agree with that. I think if Blizzard wanted to, they have many ways to bridge that issue. If they wanted to, they could certainly bridge that gap. They could have it so you could, once you've purchased a piece of gear, you can purchase other pieces of gear that allow you to change the stats. That's not difficult for them to deal with if that was something they wanted to. We're talking hypotheticals here. Really, my main argument is just the kind of inherent negatives of having entirely frictionless ults. It's kind of the opposite to like what you'd expect almost. And more, I don't know. Again, I think they've done good. It's always funny to me. Again, I don't think most of like the stuff they're, again, like when I was playing Dune yesterday, I'm like, oh, you can see what they're trying to make, the way they're trying to make you feel about different aspects of the game psychologically, and the different like hooks to them. And it's funny, whenever they release a storm out, everyone in the game, like everyone like suddenly everyone like sees into that a little bit, and a lot of people get upset at it. The funniest thing is like with storm mounts, they're like, oh, how dare you try and bait people into spending $15 on a mount when, you know, it's obviously only okay to try and bait you into spending $15 a month on a sub. You know what I mean? Like it's silly. And yeah, I mean, personally, I understand the value is the difficulty in obtaining something. Not that it's easy to obtain $20 US, right, to buy a mount, but it obviously loses a lot of its, like, even though the Algalon mount, or the mount that they released in Wrath, they released the like Celestial Steed mount or whatever it was, and it looked way better than every other mount in the game at that point. Even though that existed, it was never something that I found interesting, because you know, even though I knew it looked better, because it, you know, you didn't have to actually do it to achieve it. So it wasn't something you could show off. You're basically showing off your credit card, and that's it. And to some people, that's great, right? To some people, that's totally fine. I have no issue with that, but to me, it didn't have that same appeal. I think a lot of people are big down with 30 of each of one spec. I'm not saying so. Really, what I'm saying, I think you'll see that a lot of people have 2 or 3 or 4 of one spec. I'm not saying 30 of one spec. I'm saying anytime there's a duplicate, you extend the amount of times the chances of you obtaining, like the chances of you encountering that player go up exponentially. And that's bad, because when the entire ladder is doing that, it becomes really difficult to be the one guy that has 1 of each class and they're one character, and they're trying to do, like, you know, they're trying to play 3s for the first time, and then they encounter a bunch of people's ults. That's the issue. When enough people are doing that, then you have a high chance of creating an unplayable situation for a new player that otherwise would potentially play for years and develop into someone insane. You know what I mean? Like, the players are being stopped before they can start. That's my argument. Feck, buddy, thank you with the new sub as well. Thank you very much. There's my 7th sub today. I mean, it's if you like, you can look into the negative effects of. I'm sure there are like papers on. Let me see. I'm sure they've done this. Yeah, there's literally peer-reviewed research on Smurfs and online. The first thing, because I figured this is something that they would have studied, and it would be an interesting research topic. And like, because this is the type of thing that you would study in psychology and stuff. But yeah, there are peer-reviewed research papers talking about the effect of Smurfs in online multiplayer games. It exists. They're already out there. I just kind of assumed it would exist because they would want to research that type of thing anyway. But yeah, it's a Smurfs are like they are considered a bit of a problem. Wait, what the fuck? I think yeah. Facts, Laz. It's Frontier 2, I think. We're a little behind the curve though, so yeah, it may as well be Frontier. Maybe by the time we actually level up, it might be Frontier 3. Yeah, no, it's such a massive problem, fact. And I'm a part of that problem, but again, it's not really like, I don't know. It's an interesting one. I think I accept that my opinion is both irrelevant and also contentious. You guys can sit there and think I'm an idiot, and that's okay. I am. I definitely am. I just like to put my point of view out there. That's all. I don't ask that you like take it as your own opinion. I think everyone should have their own opinion on these things, and ultimately the great thing about being just a streamer and nothing more is that my opinion is not going to change anyone else's opinion. It's not going to go, and I'm not going to like write some sort of fucking document and send to Blizzard or something. They're doing their own thing, and I'm just giving an opinion on it. To a bunch of people that I care about, but ultimately, I have no interest in changing anyone else's mind on it. I think the only reason I said that stuff is because I think it has relevance to why I believe the game is both good and less popular at the same time. Uh-oh. My pet got rooted. This guy actually fucking saved me. I don't have to pod anymore because of that.
Health warning. Health warning.
It actually was almost a repent moment. That one multi-shot almost killed me. The pet, I don't know how the pet lost through them both, but I actually would have died there really easily. Give him a savior's fee. I don't even trade outside of the guild. He deserves it though. I should have died though. Need hardcore retail? I like hardcore being like it is. If I died there, I would have felt like an idiot, but it would be my own fault. He was nice to save me. I mean, they fucking destroyed me too in like 3 seconds. I think they could build I think they could build something different for BC, but I'm just not sure if players would like it. I think hardcore BC would have to have multiple lives, and the dynamic in raids would be like who's like everyone's got different health points, right? I think you have to like manage your like, you know, over the course of an expansion, and maybe each tier you get 1 extra life back type thing. And then if someone's like very high risk, you would try and position them like differently for mechanics and stuff too, because they couldn't handle the death. You know, like maybe you're in a raid and you're doing like temple, and everyone in the raid has 2 lives left, except one person has 1 life left. They're on the last life. Then you have to position differently. Yeah, the problem is that like the raids beyond like vanilla raids are extremely like non-lethal, but they start doing a lot more mechanically to players, and the raids beyond that. So you have like one-shot scenarios, like you can just get unlucky more often. I mean, if that happens, Av, that is fucking content. That's already the case with like the bomb mechanic on. Pet's struggling a lot more than you'd expect. That was really nice. They got to help though. Yeah. Well, that's exactly. Yeah. There's tons of that stuff, right? That's just an example of the first raid. You're thinking of literally Kara, the most entry level raid possible for it. Again, I don't. It's kind of interesting that hardcore is even possible. I didn't even think hardcore would be possible in classic the way it is, but they've done a good job with it. What causes them to run up? Yeah, I don't mind that as well. Yeah, it's a cool concept to actually have. The idea that it's just that you have like, I actually like the idea of save points in general for hardcore. On a broad, like on a broad. So originally I was under the impression that like hardcore would be like too difficult for like a lot of people to like level up in, and I like the idea of having save points. So when you level a character, it's like once you've got a character to a certain level, then like you don't reset from 1 anymore. Now you reset from, let's say you get to level 40, now you reset from level 20, and so on. So people have the ability to feel like they're progressing up a little bit. Yeah, no, I know. There's tons of it.
Hey there. Hey there.
Well met. Be careful.
Suppose I could add a buff or something to the players. I think maybe that could maybe help a little bit with that too. Something along the lines of like you do 10% more damage and healing, or your health goes up, but your character dies on like when your character's flagged as hardcore, you just have like a little extra, like you're a bit stronger. Kind of the equivalent of I guess they even do the same thing in this too, right? Where everyone on hardcore, when you're like really sweaty about it, is like consumed up. So they do the equivalent of just giving you the consumes at all times, whatever they believe to be. You think you have to die twice per fight? I don't know. I feel like if you're doing that, you have to give everyone less health. So you make the mechanics that are deemed one-shot you, but you only have one cheat death per fight type thing. Oh wait, that's interesting. Huh. You could actually do that too. You could set a health amount. You give everyone cheat death, and then you set like a damage, like a health for everyone on the raid. Everyone just goes to a certain health. Like if you're not a tank, your health is just static, and then the mechanics do a certain amount of damage to you, so they can know for sure, like whether you can live or die to a mechanic. Guess that fucks with gearing though. But I guess that's not the point of. That's kind of the point of hardcore. It's tough. True, Ev. True. Yeah, it's who would do that, Ev? I believe it. I believe it, Ev. So now we're interested in it because you want to grief people? How can you grief in Dune? Ev, have you done any griefing in Dune? You seen the groups it up? Is there any PvP that, like, is it possible to do anything like in a 1v10? You went to Deep Desert and you just died, you like almost died instantly? You just, then you just never went back? It's just you flying into it. How do you base rate the base is protected? Wait, so can they? But what happens if they're not around? If they're not online, they can still raid you. They have no because storms are pretty frequent, right? But I'm saying, what do they expect people to do? So like, how do you avoid being raided when you're sleeping? You know what I mean? So you expect basically you just expect to get raided every time. What stuff do you have to keep in a desert base? And Deep Desert's like 500. How do you like how do you figure out what server you're on for? Is Deep Desert one server for the entire region or what? Oh, all of the. Okay, okay. So it's your one server, and then that shares every single sub server within that one. I mean, Johnny has literally a fucking mansion built, man. Hey, Meth, I'm good, thanks, buddy. We're a bit tired, we're a bit cooked. We'll restop in a little bit. I honestly didn't get more than 6 hours of sleep since the 24-hour stream, so probably is worth just getting a bit of sleep in a sec. Isn't retail? I actually haven't played any retail tonight. I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of tired. I just wouldn't. I wanted to not avoid streaming entirely tonight. Consider, you know, it kind of feels unfair to do a. There's 3 in that one this time. It feels a bit unfair to do like a longer stream and then have that cost another stream. So I figured I would, you know, maybe we only do 5 hours today, but it's still something. Pretty sure after a 24-hour stream, a little over 24-hour stream. I'm not saying it is necessarily looks. It's just impressive to me, I guess. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of love doing, man. That's a game that I could get lost in for sure. Oh wait, you sent me a thing at 1 o'clock today? And yours is made of. So they start to look more like armored and stuff, like your one. Yours looks like a building. No, like I could fall asleep literally right now. I ended up playing half of my stream yesterday. I think playing Dunya. I planned to play 4 games. I ended up playing 3 instead, and just playing 12 hours of Dune. 6 hours the other 2 games, pretty much. It was actually a really good experience. I think Aaron really liked playing League as well. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not I don't like playing other games. Oh, one of the driving forces to not playing that, I think, as well, Ev, is my hard drive's literally out of space. I have to delete something to play something else. I guess like basically a third of my hard drive is taken up by just WoW. I don't know how WoW managed to get that big as a game, but apparently it did. I do, yeah. I just haven't really had much need for more, like ever, for more space than I've had, because WoW doesn't. I know I look at WoW. Yeah, it's the first variety stream I've done. I think it's the first variety stream I've done actually ever, especially when it comes to playing more than one game that isn't WoW. Like I playing a different game for a small stint. I wouldn't necessarily call variety. I think when you're playing multiple games in one stream, that's more variety. Nah, I wouldn't do. I can't do survival stuff in Q. For one, that game is too graphically intensive to just have running while doing something else. But for 2, it's also like the fact you can lose your character. I mean, I died plenty in Dune. You know what I mean? Like it's not like it's a joke. It's not like it's easy grinding. Like I definitely struggle. Just sat here on the phone. I mean, honestly, the noises were actually really good to keep me awake too. The last 4 hours of my stream were like super easy because of that. It just has like a lot of, I mean, it's intentional. It's a lot of unsettling sounds because it's a survival game. So, you know, even though it's not like necessarily like the main part of the game, especially later on, it's intentionally unsettling. I mean, I haven't played any recently, but I think I'd probably enjoy it. Yep, we're playing Mob Classic for sure. Excited about it. I'll play. I'll probably play Warrior Death Knight as the main two, and a Monk as a third character. I think so, Les. Yeah, pretty sure.
I could really use a hand here, adventurer. With the town under siege, it's been hard to get supplies. My tools were being delivered from Goldshire by wagon, but the bridge was blown out. We put the tools in a boat, but the orcs hit it with a catapult. Just my luck. My toolbox sank right to the bottom of the lake. Retrieve my toolbox, adventurer, and I'll make it worth your while.
One v ones. I mean, one was pretty insane. Rogue's probably pretty insane. I mean, rogues are the classic, and there are a lot of like 1v1s using open world. There's a lot of like toys and engineering items you can use as rogue to be really annoying. To the point that you can almost one-shot people and just run off. And it's like impossible to attack them because of the various sprints and things they can use. All right, guys. That'll be it for me today. Sorry, it's a bit of a shorter stream. About 5 hours. I'll be on tomorrow at some point. We'll get on a different schedule. Today was just kind of like I didn't really plan. I kind of planned, but kind of also kind of didn't plan to stream today. Is Sam still awake? If Sam's still awake, I definitely will. If he's asleep, he is currently asleep. I'll double check. Yeah, he's got some YouTube thing playing. I would. I mean, if he's awake 100% of the time, I would. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Thank you to Feck for the new sub, Chuck for the host, Johnny for 5 subs, D's for the 30-month 3 sub, and all you guys for watching. I'll be on when I'm on. Hopefully tomorrow early, but we'll see how things go. Good night, guys.